Hey guys, welcome to another voiceover tutorial. My name is Evelynn. So for this terms of voiceover, I'm gonna draw Evelynn from the KDA series. So I'm gonna try to tackle all 4 characters either through voiceover or just a illustration. And yeah, this time I pick Evelynn. She has some really cool design to her actually. And her outfit kind of reminds me of like a bit of a dominatrix vibe with studs. That's the vibe she gives me. So yes, I've already got the sketch ready. So now I'm gonna go ahead and go through the usual process. I think her name ends with an N, or does it? Okay, I'll name it properly after I finish the piece. Background and steps. Okay, let me just, once again, I will organize my layers. So we have the character group on the very top, and the step, oops, at the very bottom, and background in the middle. Okay, just gonna copy this for the first step, and next create another layer. I'm gonna put it under the character folder, and I'm gonna go ahead and block in the character. So we're gonna have the body in a separate layer. I might even make the arms on separate layers afterwards. For now, I'm gonna just block the body in its own layer, and then I'll think about separating the different limbs after if I need to. Oh, okay, I forgot to select that area. So just going on ahead, select that, fill that in real quick. I'm just gonna call it bod, and then the face. This arm needs to be overlapping the face, so I might have that arm on its own layer on top, over the head layer, because right now the head is overlapping this arm, and that might be a bit trouble later on, but it'll be okay for now. So we have the head. I will paint the jewelry afterwards, so I'm not going to include it right now. And then we're going to have the hair layer all the way at the bottom. Oh wait, okay, I'm gonna have an arm layer because I wanted to have the arm, this arm in particular, to be behind the hair. So I'll put the arm layer underneath the hair layer. Okay, I think that should do. And then there is also overlapping of her some of the accessories. I might do that later. Maybe I can have one here. Strap. I'm gonna call it strap, but really it's her her like cape thingy. I might even reformulate the composition of this afterwards. But for now I can say that it's sort of like a placeholder. Okay, so we have our layers ready here. For the background, I'm actually not too sure of what I'll put Let's start off with a very pretty. Start off with a basic. Oh, why isn't that deselect? Oh, that's why. There we go. Okay, start off with a pretty basic dark background. Add a little bit of a purplish tone. Since I know Evelynn is usually her theme color is kind of a purple-ish tone, so maybe add a bit of that in there. Even though in this design it is not the case. Okay, so after I've done that, alright, so we're gonna start off by putting out some basic color, and I'm gonna do this using the airbrush because it is the most efficient way of adding soft color blocking, and then later on we will go into kind of sharpen that up. So starting off with the body layer. So she is I would imagine Evelynn to be like I guess here. Starting off with a medium toned beige, light beige skin color. And I'm going to go ahead real quick with the lasso and kind of just block in her clothing. Doesn't need to be super neat because I will probably be kind of elaborating on it later on. So I'm gonna give her a basic blocking of clothing color she's gonna have. I have some additional detail, but I will work on it later. For now, I'm gonna go with the bare minimum and then add those in as I go. Okay, probably kind of lower the sketch line, the opacity of the sketch, and also I'm gonna add a bit of halo behind her, or light, because the arm was kind of blending into the background, but I prefer to kind of see it while I work on it. I mean the silhouette of the arm. And going in here, paint that in. Her hair is like an iridescent purple, light purple. So going in with that, I'm just gonna do a pretty fast job of it, and of course we will elaborate on that later on as well. Right now the process is pretty much trying to get stuff done. I lay out a base as fast as I can, because this is not where we're going to spend most of the time. Most of the time is going to be spent rendering and editing. At least that's where my time usually goes. Okay, now that I have that done, I'm actually going to go ahead and darken the head, because I'm gonna be putting some of these areas in shadow now. So gonna put all that area. This place is gonna get some highlight. So now I'm going on about placing rough highlights and shadow for Evelynn. So very basic. You can kind of tell where I'm planning to put the shadow and highlight, but there's still a lot of detail that needs to be put in here. I'm just gonna go for a very dark color for the arm, for the clothing. Okay, let's go ahead and do this and then follow through. I'm just gonna line up with the shadow on the skin onto the brow here, and this is gonna be I don't think I've done this process a lot. So okay, now I got the lasso tool. I'm gonna go in. Actually, let's go for this color and put it into multiply. Just gonna go ahead and add some very subtle shadow in some of these areas. And I'm just going to graze and contour some of these anatomy inside the shaded area with the shade on multiply. Have a little bit of it here. Hold on. And then maybe have the rest of the area in shadow. And I'm gonna take a bit of that shadow, and then actually I'm gonna use the lasso tool. Just gonna graze the very top of her shoulder, and then I'm going to go ahead and select the area of shadow. So I'm gonna go ahead, select the warmer tone, put that there to highlight the neck shadow and whatnot. Going to the head layer, zoom in a bit, and I'm gonna go ahead and add some basic shadow. So this is not final, of course, so it's gonna look a little messy. It's gonna do a rough base of where I'm planning to put the shadow. Going to the hair and make it dark. So I have this idea of a section of her which is gonna get really nice lighting, and most of her is gonna be sort of in the shadow. So I think I'm gonna focus the lighting on these areas, like the outer edge on the right. So yeah. Okay, now that I have done that, I'm going to lower the sketch even more, and I'm gonna go ahead, actually select a warmer tone, maybe use a orangish, this color, and what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to add that in some of these areas, so it's kind of like highlight inside the shadow area, you could say. And I'm just gonna go about highlighting some of her anatomy with this color. Okay, and using the airbrush for this, making it nice and soft, I'm also gonna go ahead and use a bit of green, very slight, very slight, and just kind of blend it a little bit into the skin. Try not to be too obvious with the green, and I'm gonna go ahead with a darker color here, and then once again using the lighter color, go in there and highlight the muscle here, and then going in with a warmer shadow. And then go in with this color and make it a little lighter. I'm just going to select that area. I'm just going to highlight her muscle using that color. Okay. Select the collarbone right here. I'm going to go ahead and select a highlight color. Let's go a bit beigeier, like this tone. And just gonna add a little bit of shadow there, and then add the highlight of her chest. And also, hold on, this will be a little bit like that, and then on this side too, so I'm gonna just select contour of her chest on the other side too, and then put that there. Okay, I think, oh, that's pretty cool. I haven't drawn a lot of push-up bras before, so this is probably one of that. Okay, and I'm just going to add a little bit more silhouette under that bra. I'm gonna pimp this bra out later on with studs and stuff, but for now it's just gonna be a simple strap bra. Oh, actually I don't like that length or that thickness. Okay, I think this is better. So slowly I am adding some more shadow and highlights. I'm just gonna add a bit of shadow underneath here. And back to this arm right here, so select the arm silhouette. I'm just gonna use this color right here. I want the highlight to only be in that area. I'm gonna select a bit of that highlight color. And indicate a little bit of that highlight all the way down. I'm gonna use a bit of this since it is a little bit of a shadow color, and just gonna kind of paint a bit of armpit detail using that shadow. And also, while I'm at it, I'm also going to be cleaning up the silhouette of her arm. There we go. Lock that in. Again, make sure it's locked, and use a little bit of blue on the very edge of the elbow. I mean, the what's it called? Shoulder muscle, just to highlight it a bit. Also going to not make it so, what's it called, so obvious. Trying to not make her there a bit slimmer. Just kind of fixing the silhouette as I go for this piece. And then I'm going to add a tiny bit of shadow here. And then bring back, oh god, no, not this shape. I'm gonna fix the highlight of her breast on this side. Just kind of making sure it's even and stuff. Okay, now this is, we have a base already. Then I'm going to kind of intensify the colors a little, the contrast of the colors a little. So this is what we have now. Probably going to also make her other arm a bit slimmer. Okay, now onto the neck. So we already have established a shadow and whatnot. Now going back in with this setting, standard round brush with hardness of 41%. It's kind of like a mix between airbrush and solid round brush, and I usually like to use this to kind of blend but also still have a bit of shape to it. And I'm just going to add very subtle highlight for now. I might change the highlight, the like where the highlight is afterwards, but for now that's what we're gonna get. Add a bit of blue tint to it and blend that together. I'm going to actually include the highlight down here to contour the clavicle a bit more. Same for here. Going to, well, maybe that might be too much. I might redo that. Let's go ahead and copy, paste, warp. I'm just going to have a bit more exposure on the side, like that. And then go back here. I'm gonna select the silhouette of this chest right here and make sure that it's nice and sharp. The shadow, I mean, that it's nice and defined and stuff. Okay, gonna go in here, select a much darker color so that I can accentuate the breast and the roundness. Okay, now going here real quick, just going to extend the highlight a bit, and I'm also kind of, how do you say, just adding another interest in how the shadow is behaving. I'm just adding a bit more shadow here, and it's gonna fall all the way, continue on with the bra, continue onto the bra, like that. And with this right here, this shadow, I'm gonna go ahead and blend it in as well. Same with the blue, I'm just going to blend that in, and then later on pick this color. Well, it might be a bit much. I'm going to like blend it in a bit subtle, a bit more subtle, yes. Just going to go ahead and blend. Okay. Just going to, let me see, extend the highlight a bit. Bring it over here. And then a bit up here too. Like that. Safe. Okay. And then I can do back and forth a bit just to see, you know, if it makes the composition more interesting or not. And usually I would try lighting like that a few times and see which lighting looks the best and stuff. As for the arm, I guess we could go for a latex-ish feel, so I just selected highlight area and just going in with a much lighter color like that to make a shiny finish. And sometimes there would be another side here, and using a bit of beige as the outer highlight. So all this, I think the best way to learn how to paint latex would be to just look at references for it, and you'll see that this type of pattern of highlight where it should be, you can see a lot in latex references, like real life latex reference. And yeah, actually it's called PVC as well, so you guys can Google that as well to have more options. And then after, I just kind of sketch out some lines to make it look like it's wrinkly there where it's being put on the character. Just a bit of fabric folds. You'll also see this as well in PVC latex photo reference. So after using a bunch of reference, you'll kind of understand the basic of how to paint latex or latexy textures and stuff, especially on something that isn't too complicated, like a latex suit. More like latex gloves and stuff like that is a bit more easier to understand, because when it comes to like latex outfit, it gets a little complicated. But at least for the arm, it's fairly straightforward, or like a cylindric shape. I'm just gonna add a bit more detail, highlight, and then after that you can either make it lighter or make this glove lighter or darker. Now that I have that done, I still have to go in and sort of make sure it is still anatomically correct. So I'm just going in to add a bit of shape, have a bit of muscle definition here. So just going in. This part I will have to work on later, because the background right now is very blending in with the arm, so I will change that later. But for now, I suppose what I could do real quick is kind of just make the arm darker. Okay, now that I have a pretty good base of the body so far, I'm gonna work a little bit on the face, and then we'll be going back and forth afterwards. So for the face, I'm just going to copy the face sketch that I have and just use that. Just bring it down here. This is gonna be changed for sure. So my sketch usually isn't very clean, and it does not reflect the actual character too well. It's just a landmark. I usually spend more effort when I start rendering and painting, and I usually just do a-okay like whatever job when I sketch and stuff. Okay, so let's see if I can kind of make her eyes glow a little. So have it on another layer, constrain it down by pressing Alt, and I'm gonna go ahead and start painting in. So since I've already got a color profile on the skin, so I was just working on it, I'm just going to bring that same profile onto the face, so you'll see that I'm gonna start painting over. I'm gonna have the shadow on top and highlight on the bottom. So now I might not speak too much because I'm super focused when it comes to faces, and it's gonna be a rough job. So first pass is kind of the rough pass without too much precision or anything like that. It's just try to get the general flavor of how it's gonna look, and of course I go back in to edit it afterwards. I'm gonna make sure to not make sure to keep the skin sort of in shadow so I can kind of do the glowy eyes thing. We'll see. I'm gonna adjust where the hair is gonna be, hair color, so we're gonna have the highlight of the hair on the bottom and stuff. And highlight on the bottom of the brows. So she's got a pretty intense cat eye. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead, sketch it out rough, pretty rough. And I'm not super worried because I have this on a separate layer, so I can always erase it or delete it easily. I'm just gonna go ahead and 1 second. Alright guys, so I flipped the image and I'm gonna zoom in here. So after after flipping the image, I can kind of see maybe areas to fix, so to speak. I'm gonna go ahead, continue on with that. I'm just going to line the face a little better, and I think I might also need to kind of adjust the face form a bit. And of course also need to add the appropriate highlight to the face as well. I'm gonna zoom in a bit more here. So she's got some pretty intense eyebrows. I'm just gonna go ahead and refine that area. And for her lips, she's got pretty intense, well, I would say a hot pink lip color. So just selected the lip shape real quick and just going to go ahead and do a quick color change there. Of course, there's still a lot of shadow that needs to be put in there. add a bit of shadow on the bottom lip. Gonna arch her lips a little. I might end up switching the expression later on, but so far we're gonna have that. Use a bit of a yellowish tone to highlight. Highlight the to call that, some of these areas. And then I'm just going to line the eye pupil real quick. I think she's got like cat eyes, but I'm not sure. Oh, actually, let me check that up real quick. No, she has cat eyes. Okay. And I'm just going to use the airbrush real quick to give her a quick eyelid definition plus eyeshadow real quick. Real quick. Okay, and also the nose too. So I'm going to be moving this side over a bit. There we go. And just going to elaborate on her hair real quick. Work on her eyebrows a bit more. So right now I'm just trying to balance out her face a bit. Right now it's not there yet for me, so I'm gonna spend a bit of time kind of adjusting her eyes a bit here and there. Stuff like that. Go in for a warm highlight, shadow. Just to draw the nose. I'm going to add a bit of gray in here just to highlight the nose area. And then the forehead. I'm gonna go in here with a brighter color. Going in with a more warm tone highlight over here. And just going to softly blend that in. Then while I'm at it, let's see here. Going to go ahead and kind of slim her face a bit. Just going to add a bit more volume to the side. Bring this eyes over. Trying to make sure her eyes are looking audience. Okay. Just going to sketch out her hairline real quick. Sorry, I'm a little quiet. What I'm doing right now is looking back and forth at the small preview and also kind of judging the shape of the face. Trying to look at the reference and look at my version, just trying to make sure that it matches up. Needs more Cupid's bow on her lips. Just gonna add a bit of shadow underneath here. Maybe I should have her show little teeth. Let's bring down the lips a bit more. And have her have a little bit of a grin. Just pull that shadow up. I'm gonna go with a bit of highlight on the bottom there, and then a bit of shadow underneath. Then add a bit of shadow here, and a bit of highlight there. And also I'm going to merge down, copy the eyes, make them a little bigger, and the eyes needs to be a little bit lower, so she actually has a bit more forehead. I mean, her head on top is a bit bigger compared to on the bottom. So I'm gonna have to change that. Oops, before that, I'm just going to select her whole face real quick. I just want to do a bit of adjustment using the liquify. Okay, let me just shape it out. This eyebrow needs to be lower. I'll do that later. Oh, actually this eye is a bit too low. Okay, let's see. Okay, for now, rotate. This is gonna go on for a while, especially for the face. Face usually takes quite a bit. Okay, second. Okie dokie. Let's see here. Okay, just kind of making sure the reference is. Just zooming in on the reference on the other screen. Okay. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna make a secondary layer. Okay, now I think I need to move the eyes over. Have to make sure the eyes are looking at the audience and stuff. rocking back and forth. Okay, and now I'm going to go ahead and add a little bit of highlight to this whole piece. So when I have the highlight on the nose there. Let's have it on this entire area. Okay, let's try this out. So I'm going to Control-Shift-C, Control-Shift-V to paste. Contrast is going to lighten that up. And of course, after I do that, I'm gonna go ahead and soften that up. So just okay, this might not work as well. I might edit this a bit. Let's see here. Can remove this part. Go here. Give a bit more saturation here. Get more saturation under the eye bag. Have a bit of gray. And then on the lower half of the face. And then have a bit of highlight on the lip. Okay. It's not going as well as I thought it would be, so I'm gonna have to kind of power through this a bit. So I'm not gonna be talking too much, so what you'll see is just me kind of painting here and there, adding shadow, adding highlight, etc. Okay, I'm just gonna put this eye shadow. Okay, I need to lighten this area a bit more, so just going to lighten it up. And after I finish the base, I will put more color for her makeup look. Just add some shadow underneath. Gradually blending the eye socket in. You can also use the smudge tool for this. I switch between the airbrush and the smudge tool when it comes to blending. Those are probably the easiest to use to just do a quick job at blending. Just going to blend this onto the other side. Okay, now the guess I have an issue with the lips. I'm not a big fan of how it turned out, so I'm gonna kind of keep going with it. Okay. Now I'm just refining her eye look. Okay, I'm going to use this color. Add a little bit of, actually, maybe a little brighter, this color. Add it to the bottom of the upper lid as a highlight. Add a bit more highlight shape. Okay, need to soften this out, I think. Also gonna see if I should kind of just lower her eyelid a bit, see what kind of effects I can get here. I can lower it a bit to create a more sultry look. Add a bit more highlight here and here. And I'm going to just select the whites of the eyes and use a blue for that area. I'm going to use a darker navy color for the shadow. And then a darker brown for the shadow for her eyes. Hold on. Just trying to make her eyes look kind of glowy and translucent, so we have the highlight on this side for the eyes. And her eyeshadow is a little green. Maybe I'll do that later. I'm just gonna go ahead and put actually green and purple. Kind of like that. And after, she's gonna have some bottom lashes. I'm just gonna do this real quick because I wanna give her the bottom eyelid some thickness. Both sides. There. Okay, I might also need to adjust. Okay, it's before, after. I kind of like a bit of this version. So what I can do is copy paste the older version on top of the newer version and just kind of lower the opacity. use the old version as texture for the new version. Okay, let's merge down here. I think this eye... Oh yeah, by the way, I cut this arm and put it on a separate layer. So copy paste this eye. I'm gonna make it a little bigger and rotate it. There we go. Before, after. Same goes for this eye. I'm gonna copy, paste, and make it a little bigger. Like that. Let's go ahead and... Oh, I probably need a proper reference for the lips. Okay. Zoom out real quick. Gonna go ahead and it's going to bring down the shadow for her eye bags. And just going to extend the eyebrows. Okay. Then after that, I wonder how I'm going to do this lighting here. I don't know if this is kind of an awkward place to put a shadow. Maybe I have a little bit of it popping through on the other side. I'm just trying to think here. Maybe add a bit of shadow here. Well, I guess I could do that, but I've done this type of shadow before though, so I'm not sure if I want to go this route. Let's flip it real quick. Okay, well, flipping it definitely doesn't look weird. Maybe I can do something like this. Just trying to figure out a more interesting way to make the shadow and highlight more dynamic. Maybe I can have... okay, maybe something like that. And then I have to work on the lips somehow too. Oh yeah, this eye needs to be a little more slightly more open. Also angular too. I need to kind of fix that eye up. Or I guess what I can do is copy, then overlap the other eye with the other eye, like that. Bring it over a bit. Oh. I'm still not sure about the lighting. Let's flip the canvas back. Okay. So now I can get a fresh view of things. I'm just going to merge everything together. Actually remove that hand. Okay. What I'll do is going to bring this eye down a bit more. Okay. Now zoom in. And I'm just going to kind of adjust the shadows here and there. Bring up the highlight. Gonna go ahead, select that side of the nose. I'm just going to adjust the preview here, I mean the reference. Okay. So I'm going to work on the nose a bit. Add a tiny bit of shadow on that side. And then adjust the nose a bit. Might need to redo that somewhat. Gonna take the upper lip and adjust it a bit. There's a lot of harsh shadow that needs to be evened out here. Let's go ahead, add a tiny bit of a blue. And then some shadow underneath the top lip. Make sure her cupid's bow is nice and defined. Okay. Alright guys, we're back. So I did do a bit of kind of just smoothing stuff out, but we are nowhere from done. Just trying to make sure that... Okay, I'm just gonna merge everything down. Oh, hold on. It's before, after, before, after. Okay, merge it down. It's going to bring it. Making her face a little longer. Make the nose smaller because the lighting over here is kind of making her nose look very square, so okay, go back to that. I might need to elaborate on the back hair a bit before I work on the face, so that we can have it nicely framed. So just going back to the back here, I'm going to add a little bit of purple in the shaded area. Okay. Just gonna add some more hairline details. So after I get a nice base going, go in to add some hair strand detailing or hair batches detailing by kind of lining the separate batches of hair, kind of like that. And then of course afterwards I go back in to add some more small details. I like to do paint the hair step by step, so now going in to add some smaller hair strand details. So you can see. Trying to see if I can get the hair to be translucent-ish. And trying to see if I can give her like a super high ponytail. Let's add a tiny bit of highlight on this side. Maybe it doesn't work. Maybe it needs to be brighter. No. It needs to be darker. Either that or the face is kind of throwing me off a bit. I'm gonna see if I can darken the neck a bit, like that, and then highlight it on the other side of the neck. Take the face. Actually gonna make the face a little bigger, bring it up, or move the face. Gonna take darken. See if I can do. Nope. What about this? There we go. I think that should work. I'm gonna take a bit of the highlight and bring it over to the other side there. And then copy that area and drag it down. tweak it a bit. Okay. Lock it down. Now I'm gonna try to see if it will look better if I actually have it contour with shadow instead of highlight. Looks weird. Okay, let's undo that. Have a bit more highlight on that side then. That means the hair will definitely need to be a lot darker so that we can frame the face. Take that out. I'm gonna clean up that face. Okay, let's see what we can do with the background. Okay, let's just leave it as it is. Remove the arm. Bring down the face a bit more. And also I'm going to bring down the haircut a bit. Like that. Yeah, I think now it looks a little better. After I do that, I'm just going to add a bit more detail. Okay. And gonna select, actually no, let's pick a like a light turquoisey blue, green, yes, and then use it as a little highlight. Let's continue, add this up here. And then I'm gonna fix that hairline. Okay, we're going to make sure only this area is in highlight and the rest is gonna still be, hold on, still be in shadow, so darken that up. Lock that in, and then I'm going to add a tiny bit of highlight at the side here. And maybe I should bring down the ear a bit. I'm just going to bring it down. Lock that layer in. I'm gonna select the edge of her jawbone here. So now that I lined it with a shadow all around it, it does make the face look a little thinner, so we're gonna have to add that volume back somehow. Just going to shade this a bit, add a tiny bit of shadow, but still have the highlight there. Another thing I'm gonna try to do is, oh, hold on, I'm gonna see if I can just kind of make that area darker. and kind of just make the highlight look a lot more intense. Okay, I'm going to add a filter. Okay, that's pretty intense. If I do that, I would need to match the body to that. But yeah, it's... and then I have to fix the mouth somehow. But I kind of dig this. I like it. I'm going to go ahead and erase bits of this area just so I can get some nice shadow, highlight to show through here. Ooh, glowy. I think all I need to do is kind of fix the face, the proportion of the face, but I kind of did this, the highlight and shadow of this. Okay, just going to... oh, nope, I have to do it manually. Let's go ahead and line the eyes and whatnot. And I'm going to try to bring the hairline down. Also gonna use a bit of a brighter color to highlight. I should probably also... actually, let me see if I can make the face a little bigger. Just making the face a little bigger. Angle the... oh, that's too much angle. Let's see, I need to fix the eyes too. Maybe somewhat like that, and also I'm going to add some shadow on that over that eyebrow to frame her eyebrows a bit more. And now for the lips. Okay, I just kind of remove a bit of that highlight. Bring it up, bring up the shadow a bit. And add a bit of shadow to the side. Okay, now I'm gonna use a dark color and line the jawline so that I can sort of have a guide to go towards. Just trying to make her face a little more angular. It was kind of a bit too round, and I feel like her face is supposed to be a bit more angular, based on the reference, of course. Okay, I think this is slightly better. There we go. I'm just going to... oh no, I'm gonna see if I can test this out a bit. So for the highlight, I'm gonna experiment a little. I'm actually gonna merge everything down. Let's see. Let's go with a bit of highlight. I actually kind of like the matte look of her lips, so I might keep her lips matte like this and just kind of I'll keep her lips like this for now. I'm gonna go in and work on the nose a bit. Just going to accentuate the nose a bit more. Lock that in. Add a bit of gray. I'm going to blend this out. Add a bit more highlight in there, in the whites of the eyes. More green. Okay. And then just refining the lashes a bit more. And then I might tone it down, stuff like that later. Bring up the lips a bit. Okay, the face is not there yet, for sure. I need to work on it a bit more to make him more angular and stuff. But the vibe is there. Let's see if I can make the hair sort of have the same type of feeling. Just going to darken this. And then use a bit of this color, the green highlight there, and then have a very intense light source on the outside. Gonna add a tiny bit of it here. And then just going to bring it down to the rest of her hair because I've been neglecting that area. I'm just going to have this side of it in highlight. The rest is going to be fairly in the shadow, and I am using standard brown brush, 30% hardness. It's a medium softness with somewhat of a harsher edge. Okay, let me see. Just going to make her hair a bit more full. Just kind of working on the face a bit while I'm at it. Maybe it needs to be don't worry about me, I'm just trying to see if no, this one's more interesting. I mean the lighting of that is more interesting. I should probably darken the neck a bit. Clean that up a bit. There we go. So I can have some interesting lighting at play here. Let's see. I'm gonna see if I should kind of play around with how the hair is in the composition. So oh, hold on. Maybe like more of a straight look. And have it maybe like going up. Like that, maybe? I'm not sure. We'll see. Only time will tell if it'll look weird or not. But always have to give it a try to see if it'll look good or not as well. So then maybe I'll probably paint a little bit wrapped around her arms and stuff like that. Just going to use the lasso tool to help me do a batch, isolate the hair. Let's see. Let's see if it will look good if I have the hair composition leaning more towards the side. Let me see. Have the hair. And I'm going to clean up the silhouette here. Okay, now I'm just kind of looking back. Let's see. Okay. I think it's the face that's throwing me off. Gonna see if I should. Flip it a bit. Probably the background also. Let's play around with the hair a bit more. Yep. Let's go back to what I had before here. Okay. I'm gonna be right back. Gonna do some work off camera until I figure this out, and I will bring you guys back real quick. Alright guys, so we're back. I did, as you can see, work on the face a little. So this is what it was originally. Then I kind of tried to soften the skin up. And then last but not least, I did this edit. So I kind of evened out the face a bit. I guess I changed the angle of the face a bit, but I kind of like this a little better. So yeah. Okay, now that I've done that, I think it'll be a little easier for me to work on the rest of it. Oh yes, and of course I worked on the background. So what I did, I took this picture from Adobe Stock. Then I kind of made the top and the bottom darker with multiply, because I thought maybe, you know, it would be interesting. Maybe, I'm not sure, but yeah, I did put two shadows, top and bottom, just to see how it looks like. Maybe I'll change that later, but yeah, that's what I have, and this is my original layer. But I think it looks better with a bit of lights in the background. Alright. Okay, let's continue. I should probably do a, just in case, do another step here. Okay. Okay, let me work on the hair a bit. So I'll just keep going, I guess, on the bottom, what I did for the hair on the top. So I'll just go ahead, keep rendering out some of these different hair strands. Just create a more wide silhouette with these different hair strands. And I'm just going to kind of experiment with the silhouette. Maybe I can make it a little interesting. Let me flip this. Let's see. Bring this head a little bit over here. There we go. I might might need to make the hair a lot darker so that it doesn't blend into the background. Or I can do something like this. And there we go. Probably need to make the rest of the hair a little darker. Just gonna darken it. I need to extend the rest of the head. For now, I'll just do this. Okay, just bring the hair down. I'm just gonna have most of the hair brightness on that side. I'm going back to the body. Oh. Just going to make her waist a bit thinner. I like to exaggerate that aspect. And also the rib cage. Let me just highlight it a bit more. I'll just kind of softly blend this in. I'm just going to softly render this out too, and just contour the rib cage. Bring it down. Gonna switch to the airbrush, and so that I can blend this together softly. Just gonna go ahead, make a belly button. Render that out, add a little highlight on the inside there, and then blend that out. That's how I draw belly button. There's a lot of different ways. And just going to blend, blend, blend. Blend, blend, blend. Maybe I should just not paint any underwear. Just kind of blend it out. There's nothing other than that I'm doing currently using the airbrush. But I'm also kind of making sure that I am blending it out in the right area. There we go. Okay, I'm going to make this area the shadow. So just going to darken it up. Maybe just a bit. I'm gonna add a tiny bit of highlight there. Okay, and then onto the top, I'm gonna add a bit of purple as secondary highlight inside the shadow of the bra. There's a seam. to isolate that area so that I can shade without worrying too much about it. And then here, I'm gonna try use a, that might be a bit too bright. Okay. Let's do this. Just a bit of highlight on the bottom, and then I'm going to blur it out. Okay. I'm gonna add a bit of elements of straps into her bra design. I'm just gonna go ahead and make those lines, guidelines. Here too. I'm also gonna refine the shoulder area too. Just going to add a bit of highlight there. There we go. Just blend that in. Zoom in here. Select a slightly brighter color, and that's gonna be my highlight shade for this top. I'm going to use a slightly darker color to create a satin-like look. I'm just gonna continue up here. Just selecting the straps, and I might also gonna see if I can include a bit of skin so I can get some interesting design, so it's not just a normal halter, strap design that's kind of way a bit too blended into the bra. And at the same time, I'm just cleaning up a different silhouette here. Okay, I might need to make this side a bit wider. Kind of cleaning that up, and I'm gonna have a little stud there. I think it's her hardware is like gold. Well, the hardware she wears is gold, so we're gonna have gold. One here and one here. And of course I have to paint a bit of impression on the skin. Just gonna darken it. Hopefully it works out. And then the side. Okay, for this side, I'm actually gonna readjust the bra strap. Oh, hold on. And then paint a little bit of shadow. We're just gonna have the strap separating from her chest a little. Back then it was kind of sticking to her breast there, so it's kind of a different way of rendering it. Bring it down. Need a bit more volume down here. Also going to use a brighter color to highlight the silhouette. I might even change this a little later if I need to. Okay, for now we'll keep it like that. Okay. Just going to fix the silhouette here. To add the highlight back. Just going to select the outer edge of the bra now and use the airbrush to add the shadow. Gonna bring the highlight all the way. Actually, I kind of want to make it so feels like the chest is being constrained by the bra. So I'll have to do this. Add a bit of shadow. Gonna add a bit more, darken this area up and gradually lighten it up. Going here with dark, dark strap. Just gonna select this whole area. So that I can add the highlight on that side. I'm going to use this color and just going to create that satin-like highlight on that side with this type of brush stroke. Maybe a little bit of a darker on top, and then we can have a tiny bit of highlight over that. Okay. Oh, after that, I'm going to go ahead and line the bra strap with a bit of flesh tone, just to create that design that I had for the other side. Okay. I think that's it. probably thin it out a bit more. Kind of like that. There we go. Okay, so this is what I have now. It's a little bit more interesting, that's for sure. Still could be more interesting, I think. Okay. I guess the other interesting part is gonna come with the additional strap, so I'm gonna go ahead and do one strap, color that, then put another strap down here. Or that might be, oh, maybe just a little lower. Let's see what kind of pattern I can do. I could probably do like this. It's a pretty okay pattern. And I guess I'll probably need to... Oh yeah, she's wearing stockings or pantyhose. I just give her a very quick let's go for garter belt straps. See if this will work. Okay, let's just keep that as a possibility for now. I'll just work on this a bit. I'm just going to even out the length. The thickness of the strap. The strap and the length, yes. Lock it. And I'm just going to add highlights based on what I have going on already up here. I can just reuse the same highlight and stuff. Going to rotate. Sorry, not rotate, but flip. Okay, so this is what I have. This part probably needs to be worked on a bit more. Maybe I'll just leave her bottomless. I do like to paint a lot of skin. I like to kind of put my knowledge in anatomy as visible as I can, so to speak. Okay, let's see. Let's go down here and add a little shadow. a little bit of squishiness. Just going to use this color right here. It's a light gray for highlight purposes. Okay, there we go. It's just a little bit lighter here too. Just going to do the same, use that highlight color, use it over here on this end. Just going to add some shine on the strap so that I can kind of separate itself from the skin. Paint the shadow underneath the strap. And just kind of blend everything else in. And I'm using airbrush to help me blend this chest a little better. I'm gonna add a bit more, actually a bit more of a warm tone here. And just bring it up. Okay, that looks good. Alright, I think we got a good base going on here. Before, after. Gonna see if I can select that area. Going to go into darken. Just gonna add a little bit of shadow there. I'm gonna merge everything down together now. Continue on with the blending. I'm actually going to adjust this a bit, make it curve inward a bit more. Okay. Oh, actually before that I want to adjust that a bit. There. Okay, now onto the hair once more. Add a bit of the skin tone in there. I think that looks pretty good. It's getting there. Except the hair, I'm not really digging the hair, how it's looking. But I'll just keep working on it until it looks good. I'm just gonna continue on with adding the beige color inside the hair. Let me just darken that. Darken that up. So just a bunch of adding highlight, shadow, and highlight again, pretty much. Gonna add more shadow and then add a bit of highlight again. And I guess for this side, I'm gonna use this color as a rim light. I'm just going to I'm going to create another layer so that I can kind of bring some of that to rim light. Bring that hair, overlapping it with whatever we have underneath. Let's see, I might need to tweak this a bit. Actually, I need to put this over. That way I can have the hair kind of overlap. So maybe if I can just... I'm just trying to test out to see which kind of... which direction it would work or would look good in. This process usually takes a while because I play around with it a bit. Maybe I can add a little curve. Back to the head layer. I'm just going to fill in the rest of the hair pretty much. Oh, actually, you know what I can do? Just gonna do this. And then add a bit of hair on the side. I think that should do it for now. Actually, now I think I should be working on the necklace. Her necklace is pretty edgy. So I'm going to create another layer, constrain it down to the body layer, press Alt and click, and it should constrain. And let's see how many straps she has. She's got 3 straps. 1, 2, 3. The third one is really close to the bottom of the neck. You know what? The strap makes me realize that her neck is too thick. And I'm just going to thin it a bit. There we go. Gonna add a teensy bit of highlight on the neck. Maybe just a bit. And then the rest of the neck is gonna be dark. Okay, now for the strap, I'm just going to add the highlights. And then we have this design. And it is like this, or the small strap is overlapped on top. So I'm just gonna go ahead and do that. Oh, hold on. Use a bit of this color right here. I'm just going to cover the other areas, and then we'll just blend all 3 colors together. I can even darken it a bit if I think it's not dark enough. Let's lock that down. I'm just going to use a very bright color. Just gonna highlight. Oh my gosh, sorry about that. Alright guys, so I'm back. So I did play around with this piece a bit because I wasn't really liking where the direction is going, and right now I'm still not super fully happy with it. So what I did was I kind of changed the position of the arm a bit, changed the position of the hair, and also I switched up the background a bit. I'm not sure if I'll keep it, but yeah, I'm gonna go with this for now. And hopefully it works out. But yeah, mostly I think let's see, I think it's the face that I'm not super happy with. Oh yeah, I also did a rough little sketch of where the glasses and the hoop earring will be. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So yeah, we're gonna take it from here and see if I can get some stuff done. Maybe I can kind of... Maybe I can have the hair floating on, thrown onto the other side or something like that. Just going to create a bit of negative spacing. I don't even know. The face is really throwing me off. I'm not really digging it, to be honest. Okay, let's just keep it like that for now. I did also work on the face a bit, but still not very happy. I'm gonna darken the face. Also, I think I might need to fix the arm here. But first, the face. Let's go ahead and I'm just going to start off with a in the shadow type of face, and then I'll add the highlights later. Let's go for that first. Hopefully I can get a good... I'm just zooming in so I can work on the detail. So I'm gonna start off with adding shadow to the nose. The other side of the nose. And also, I'm gonna go ahead and, oh gosh, put the shadow on the other side of the face. Add a bit of shadow underneath the eyelashes. I'm gonna go ahead and actually no. Still kind of trying to go for the glow in the dark eyes, so let's see if I can. Let's go back to 100. I'm gonna add a bit of highlight here. And then just going to line the bottom eyelid. Let's see. And I guess darken the brows a bit more. Okay. Okay, let's go with that for now, and then I'm gonna try adding in a bit of highlight at the border of the face. Like that. Probably need to refine the nose a bit. It's a little muddy and airbrush, so gonna go ahead and add a bit of definition, then continue to blend stuff in. Let's for a little bit of variation, just a bit of blush. Let's go back to the turquoise highlight. I'm just going to apply that in the center. Okay, this is definitely it looks a little, it's missing stuff, feels like. I'm going to blur the bottom lash. I'm gonna continue to paint the space. Add a bit of highlight on the inner nose. There. Let's see. Going to bring up this more colorful beige up a bit. And underneath the eyes. And underneath, just going to line it with a bit of shadow. So here, going to extend the highlight down, I guess. Let's add a little bit more. And perhaps I'm going to add a bit of that shadow here on this side. I'm also going to erase a bit of that eye action, and also I'm just going to, oh hey, this is kind of interesting. I wonder if I can do this. Hey, that's not bad. Okay, maybe I can try doing something like that. Let's see. Gonna select the whole head, put it on top, and then that's kind of a cool effect. If I kind of erase parts of it. Let's see if I can increase. Let's see. That's kind of interesting. So I kind of overlayered it with what I already have, and then I erase what I painted over, and yeah, but still I'm not super happy with it. Let's try that again. Maybe I can get the right amount somehow. Well, hey, maybe I can kind of just leave this bit in shadow or something like that. Like that. Kind of like this is the shadow casted by the arm type of deal. Why not? Maybe I can give that a shot. A lot of times I figure stuff like this out. Just going to lighten the lips and then tiny bit of highlight peek through. Okay, I think that's pretty interesting. Kind of like that. I kind of like where this is going. Maybe I'll keep this and elaborate on it. On top of that, I already grabbed a few photo textures to incorporate into her design. But yeah, I think I kind of like this direction. Have to think about it a bit though. Let's go ahead and just going to elaborate on the hair a bit. Let's go ahead and select a bit of the more turquoise-like color and plop it on the other side. And then blend it up all the way to the top of the hair. Okay. I'm going to create another layer so that I can play around with this area. We see how it would look if I had this a bit darker. And I'm just going to kind of see how it would look if I add a bit more shadow to the face. And just lining the pupils with shadow. Let's make the nose a little darker. I'm gonna see if this will work, I'm not sure. But it's always good to try something new. Maybe make this like a lot darker than what I had it. Oh, it looks a little more realistic, I find. I'm just trying to experiment a little, see if I can come up with something. Okay, we're just gonna go ahead and fill this entire area up. Now, eyelash time. I'm not going easy on the eyelashes. A bit more on that side as well. Okay, I'm gonna use this color and add a bit of it onto the skin tone to balance it out a bit. Actually, sometimes I also like to use a little bit of the green / yellow in mostly beige type skin tones. Deeper skin tones tend to have a bit more of a different undertone. And then I'm going to select around the eyelid there. Take a very warm color. Again, this is me experimenting, because usually I tend to use very warm-ish darker tones for shadows on the face especially, and then neutralize it with something cooler afterwards. But yeah, trying to make this eyeball stand out. So we're gonna go with the... It needs to be a little darker because it is in shadow. I have a bit of rosiness in the eyelid there. I'm just going to add a bit of eyeshadow underneath. Have a bit more contour of the pupils with a dark color. And then line the eyelid. Let me do double line. So one here, one up there. Then I'm just gonna add shadow around it and gradually blend it out. Same for the super intense white highlight, blend it out. Just keep going with the eyebrows. I'm gonna give her a natural bushy eyebrow look. I might change that later. Like that. Have some more eyelashes. One could never have enough. little more. Yeah, I know I'm going a bit crazy with them. And then going here for a little bit of highlight for the tear duct. Okay, now bring the lid all the way. Okay, I think I'm getting somewhere. I'm kind of liking where this is going. It's definitely a little different from my usual style, which is always fun to try pushing my style a little towards more realistic. Okay, I'm gonna add a nostril there. I'm gonna go ahead, add a tiny bit of shadow. And then add a little bit of highlight there. Okay. Okay, now for this lip, upper lip. I'm just gonna add a bit of shadow to it. And then for this lip right here, that's what I'm gonna do. And then the lower lip, I'm gonna give it a bit of a darker shadow on the bottom of the lip, like that. I might ease up on the new paint over too afterwards, so maybe do it in between. Okay. And then have the nostril. And then the other highlight on the nostril. And then a bit of shadow on the nose here. This might need to be a little higher. Just going to softly blend that in. I'm going to add a teensy bit of shadow there. Okay. And back to the highlight of the lips. Just gonna paint some little lines for texture and whatnot. Okay, just looking back and forth now at the smaller preview, because it's always good to keep an eye on that, always. Sometimes when you're painting zoomed in, you might get caught up in the little details but forget about the whole picture. So I'm gonna look back and forth every now and then. I'm gonna select the shadow of the face and select the side of the lip. I'm just going to add a bit of shadow there. Okay, I think I'm getting somewhere. And then select the outer edge of her face and line it with shadow. I'm gonna leave a little bit of it, not contour with shadow. Then just going to blend, blend, blend. Gonna go ahead. Oh, hold on. Blend that. Blend the shadow in. And then have a bit of highlight here. And here. Here. of a realistic look. Before, after, needs this area needs to be cleaned up a bit. Oh, whoops. For example, I think maybe it needs to be just a tad higher. Go back here. Gonna work on this area a bit. Gonna have to show a little more of the whites of the eyes. Same with the bottom lash line. Okay. Just going to line the lash line and the tear duct on the other side. And I'm going to go ahead and add some lashes, as well as some shadow underneath the eyelid here. Gotta darken this side up. And I'm just gonna gradually blend the arch there. Alright, so I did rotate this. So I'm gonna have to do a bit of color adjustment so that the face matches the body. Right now the face is a lot darker than the body. Okay, now I'm gonna undo the flip, because just wanted to check how it looked like flipped over, which I kind of like. I'm going to select bits of this. Oh, hold on. And then I'm going to lighten it. Actually gonna turn down the, it's called the saturation. I'm just going to lighten that bit up so that hopefully it matches the maybe it was better if it wasn't that bright. I'm gonna see, maybe, oh, hold on. Maybe what I can do is actually darken the lighting of the body to match the face instead. Just darken it a bit, and I'm just going to erase a bit some of the areas. Let's see, here, here. And this arm needs to be a little darker. If I keep most of it fairly dark, there could be more room for play later on with contrast and whatnot. So yeah, I think I'm gonna go with this for now. Let's see here. I can maybe bring this highlight a bit more intensity, and also more intensity on the hair as well. Bring the highlight up to the hair. Zoom in real quick. Hold on, maybe I don't need it there. And then intensify the ears as well. Make sure they quite bright, have that translucent look in the background. So I'm using a very intense warm tone for that translucent look on the ear. Okay, what's this? Oh yeah, okay, now it kind of looks cool. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna see if I can blend this in. Oh, actually that works. I think maybe I can just keep it like that and maybe add a bit more shadow underneath the eyes. I'm gonna go ahead, use a bit of yellow. Just bring it down slightly. And after that, have to paint back the lashes. And then I'm just gonna go ahead and align the pupils a bit more. Gonna line the side and add a bit of shadow there. All done. Just taking a look. And then I'm going to see if I can add a little bit more detailing inside the eyes. Just gonna make these little lines, line textures, kind of like eyeball texture, pupil texture, sorry. Same for the other side. I mean, I'm doing this now, but I might decide to take this texture off later on. Hopefully it'll work out. I'm gonna add a bit of rosy color on the cheek. Have a bit of shadow under the chin there. And just gonna gradually blend the nose. I'm gonna select a more yellowish color. Use that as the tiny highlight for the nose. And use a bit of a orangey color for the nostril. Just going to underline that nostril real quick and add a bit of shadow underneath that. Add a bit more highlight here. And then I'm going to select the eyeball real quick. I'm just going to see how it will look if I made it brighter. That actually looks pretty cool. Okay. Alright guys, so I'm gonna try to paint her eyes. Going for more or less bit of a realistic look. Oh hey, I can do a little in between of before and after. Actually, I want to try that. Just gonna paste the old face and just kind of show around 40% of it. Creates a softer look. Actually, prefer this side to be sharp and this side a bit more, what's it called, softer. Like that. Okay, maybe not like that. Maybe have it a bit harsh. Sure. Okay. So I'm gonna be working on the eyes a bit. Not really sure where to start. Okay, I'm just gonna go with the outlined pupils first. Like in the released official art. Let me check it out a bit more. Yeah, looks like that pretty much. And okay, I'm gonna paint on another layer. Maybe kind of paint the outer edge of the pupil a bit more detailed. Maybe this is all, I don't even know if this will work, but that's what I see, kind of. And then they have like little lines. I'm looking at like cat eyes for reference. But might not really work out. We'll see. I also see them having like very tiny strand of different colors in there as well. Well, mostly blue and green for yellow eyes. Okay, so that does it for the texture part. Now comes the highlight part. So I see that they got like some nice highlight. Some of them have some intense highlight in different kind of like that. Oh yeah, part of it is kind of blue too. And then also has some dark shadow under it. After I get the highlight down, I'm going to make little eyelash impressions in the highlight. Okay, and then I'm gonna take a highlight dot, and I'm just trying to see which placement looks the best. I'm not really a fan of this. Maybe I can have a tiny bit of it visible, but honestly I like it without the highlight. Maybe I can use a bit of color dodge and just make it glowy. Oh, hold on. Glowing, have a bit of glow extend upwards. Actually, maybe not. I'll bring back some of that darkness in the lash line. Okay, I think I'll call it. Let's just go with this for now. Actually, what I can do, I'm gonna create another layer just in case. I'm gonna bring some of that highlight onto the eye, surrounding eye area, and maybe a little bit here too. Maybe that will make it feel like the eyes are glowing a bit more. Okay. Oh no, don't do that. I'll just keep it like that for now. Okay, now let's work on the hair a bit. I could probably look for some nice hair texture too. Yeah, I couldn't find any texture, so I'll just do this manually. I'm just gonna bring up the hair strands, bringing it all the way up. Right now the texture is looking a little choppy, but I'm gonna go ahead and start separating these different hair batches. Next batch, gonna have a bit of it here. At the same time, I'm just going to also contour these different batches with a dark color. And just keep it up with that. Just going to indicate the hair a bit more. Add in these individual tiny strands silhouette on the bottom there. And maybe we can have like a one-off hanging off on the side there. I'm gonna take this shadow color and bring it around. Like that. And then bring some of that highlight through up top. Have a bit of it going the other way. Just gonna go ahead and elaborate on that, extend the highlight up there down a bit more. I guess I'm filling this, covering it up a bit. might be better if it was a bit more pointy. Let's bring this a bit further in. Let's go back to how it was. I'm trying to see the best way, actually. I think it was good like that. Okay, I'm gonna keep it there and then flip it. Yeah, I think this is a good spot for it. And maybe I bring up this color right here. Bring up the turquoisey highlight. And then just going to highlight this area a bit more. Let's use a light purple as the filler in this highlight, or highlight in the shadow. Wait, I think I mixed it up, sorry guys. I bet I'm confusing a lot of you. I meant the purple to use as a highlight in the shaded area. Okay, so that's what we have. Let's commit to this head. Okay, now onto the body. So for the body, for the neck area in particular, I wanted to kind of make her wear like a strap choker encrusted with black diamonds. Something nice, blingy. Nice and blingy. So I'm gonna highlight the straps first. Make it nice and contrasting. A lot of contrast. And oh, hold on, not this. This. Now I'm going to use a bit of this texture. Hopefully it'll turn out the way I want it. I was gonna use white diamonds, but I thought maybe it wouldn't fit her that well. Well, at the very least it does give a slight bit of texture. I'm just gonna use it as pure texture. It didn't end up working as I thought it would, but it's not that bad either. Bring down the highlight. Let's go ahead and add a bit of shadow. And then add a bit of highlight. I'm gonna add some more shine on top here. Gonna shade this. Let's go ahead and darken that area up. And I'm gonna subtly add a bit of highlight all the way up on the arm area. Take a bit of that. I'm gonna make it slightly brighter. There we go. And as for here, let's use a bit of the beige color. I can definitely use a little bit of that. And I'm just gonna have a little bit of it towards the center area. And I'm just gonna blend it down. Gonna extend the purple over to this side. There we go. Just gonna indicate a bit of that beige throughout the straps as well. There we go. Okay. And I'm gonna add these studs. One here, one here, one here. One in each section. And of course, she's gonna have some... Oh yeah, she has like really spiky accessories. 2, 3, 4. Guess we could have one here. Or like this. Alright, I added some highlight over here. As you can see, it's a little messy. I'll probably refine it a bit later. But for now, let's get to this part. So she's got some pretty edgy gold or copper gold studs or spikes. I'm just gonna go ahead and add those highlights and whatnot. Add a bit of highlight on the side or on the bottom. There we go. And after that, I have to add in the shadow. For the studs. Okay. Probably going to. So let's add a bit more studs on here. And I'm just going to add some more little details. So we have this fabric overlapping the rest of it, so we'll have to line it with highlight and shadow. Also need to clean that up. go. I think that should do it. Unless I'm missing something. Probably could have more room for play. Maybe some diamonds or alright, got some diamonds texture to play with. I'll probably need to darken it actually, because right now it's really bright, so maybe like this shade. I'm gonna see if it will fit into this piece somewhere somehow. Let's see, maybe I can have it maybe in the middle or something. Make it a little smaller. And have to make it a lot darker. Like that or something. So yeah, right now it looks more like texture than anything. It doesn't necessarily look like diamonds or anything, which is good, because I don't think she wouldn't have diamonds in her design. She's way too edgy for that. Maybe have some of the areas a little shiny in some spots, just for that implied shine, and then the rest will be dark. Oh. Something like that to just have that additional detail. Probably gonna bring this up. Oh, hold on. Bring this up here. This is messy. I'll just have a little bit of it. Maybe just this much. Should be a little bit over here. Gonna have a bit of shadow underneath. Let's copy this and bring it over. Rotate that bit. Okay. And I'm gonna bring this two over. Maybe just one. And then the other one could be here. Just some diamonds, no big deal. Bring two of them over here. Okay. Black diamonds. Add somewhat of a highlight down in each of these stones. Just for the sake of having a bit of extra additional detail. Same for these ones. Indicate a small bit of shadow underneath each stone. And then just add a tiny highlight underneath each stone. Oh, okay. Yes, that will add some more interest. Okay. time to work on the arm a bit. Maybe what else? Maybe it's better to keep it like, let's see. Maybe it's better to keep it sheer rather than latexy. Let's see here. Let's do one. Oh, hold on. And another one. Let's do something like that or something. Something strappy. Well, I might need to actually. Might need to add some more highlight in these areas. Right now, it's looking a little dark, so add a bit of highlight there. There. Maybe I can have a little bit of highlight extending down. Okay. As for the other arm, I'm gonna go ahead and refine that. I'm gonna kind of play around with this a bit. Okay. Lock that down. Take a bit of this. I'm going to apply that intense highlight on the arm and see how that goes. Maybe not on that area, but can have a little bit of it here. And I'm also going to select that real quick, inverse it, and have the stocking or sheer glove going. I don't know if it'll work out, but let's try it. Maybe we'll just go back to having nothing covering the hand. Look at that. That's kind of fun. Maybe I can do something with the hand here. Funny. but this might be a bit too long. It's a bit too long, I think. Yeah, let's keep the sheer gloves. I mean, keep the latex gloves. Alright guys, I'm back. I thought about stuff, worked on it a little, and now I have more of an idea of where I'm going, so I'm going to explain to you guys what I did. So as for the hair, I did take a photo texture and I put the texture here and then I painted over it. So this is the texture I took. I'll see if I can show it to you guys again in a different part of the hair later on. And also, this hoop earring is a photo texture that I found on Google by googling hoop earring. And also this strap and the glove. So for here, I actually took the collar and I just kind of incorporated onto the arm harness thing, and I kind of like how it looks because it does match. So what I'll do is refine this a bit more, and then I will copy paste this onto this arm as well. So yeah, that's what I've been up to. Well, I did not record. A lot of times, it's harder for me to kind of work on a piece when I'm stuck when I record, that's why. And also a lot more time consuming. Okay. I'm not sure if it's ready yet. So select that. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and copy this whole part here. And then I'm just going to paste it onto this side. Constrain it down. Actually, no, that's not constrained. I'm going to warp this to fit the arm. And that's what we're gonna have. And I didn't refine it before I copy paste it because I wanted to paint over this afterwards, so that it won't feel like a copy paste. Although it doesn't feel like that really when you look at it, maybe just a little bit but not too much. So yeah. This is a shortcut that sometimes I do, kind of just using stuff that I already have and just copy and paste if I'm able. This glove is also a texture from here. So yeah. Okay, so now it's merged down. I think I worked on the face a little too, but not too much, I don't think. Okay, yeah, I think I explained everything that I've done till now. So now we're gonna go ahead and pretty much just start rendering or cleaning stuff up, more like. Highlight this part. There we go. And also I'm going to select, clean up some of these straps, and also select the border of the arm and making a cleaner highlight where it needs, and also lock that. Going to darken, because we're gonna have to darken some of these areas to fit, there we go, to fit what we have already. I'm also going to select a greenish color, and I'm just going to highlight it on the side here. And also gonna bring that color down. Back to the arm. Blend it out. Maybe have a tiny bit of really shiny areas. And then I'm gonna use dissolve here and do a bit of highlight on the inside here. And then use the normal airbrush. Oh, put that back. Okay, now I'm just gonna select that, extend the highlights over just a bit. Same with this strap. I'm just going to use a brighter color and just gonna highlight the strap where the highlight is most intense. Just cleaning it up. There we go. Yeah, I think that looks a lot cleaner. Now onto the side. I'm gonna call it arm and arm. Onto the, okay, should probably do, oh, this is before. I guess I had some ideas, didn't I? It's so different. Oh, hold on. Definitely different. Hey, maybe I can still borrow a bit from this. I'm not sure, maybe. Hold on, I'm just gonna copy into another step. Okay, now go back to the arm and I'm going to render it out a bit more. Just gonna use the airbrush to blend. There's a bit of a wrinkle here. I'll just go ahead and accentuate it a bit. And pretty much after that, just render it out. Gonna lock that in so that I can kind of add a bit of highlight as well. After I add the highlight, I'm just going to go ahead and blend that highlight in a bit more. Also maybe add a tiny bit of highlight on the bottom side as well. I might even add a tiny bit of highlight there, too, on this side. I'm just going to do the same on the rest of the straps and character, but only the outer edge. Okay. Just going to select the skin and let's see here. It's highlighted with a bit of yellow. Gonna have to be careful not to go over the diamonds. And here too. Okay. I think that should be it. Just going to shine this part up. Highlight it up a bit more. Clean that up. And whatnot. And just looking back, okay. Looking back at the smaller preview, I mean. Okay, I think that's doable. So for the hoop, doesn't really stand out too much. I'm going to extend the dark shadow all the way down so that it stands out a bit more against the white hair that she has, or the lighter color hair. Same with this side. Probably rotate it a bit so it makes sense. Have it like here or something. Okay, now for the hair. I'm going to add a bit more shadow over this. Okay, let me see if I can add a bit of this texture. So what I did was I put this texture over the hair and I warped it, and I only tried to keep a little part of it, because if I use, okay, well, actually this hair doesn't look half bad. Okay, maybe I can use it a bit more, like this much. And then after I put that texture down, I would go back, of course, so that I can blend it in. Blend it into the rest of the hair. I can also do that for that side, actually. me see. I could probably try doing the same, so I'm gonna select the same hair and have it on the opposite side and only use a little bit of it. So I lowered the opacity and I'm just going to warp it in a way that might fit what I'm going for. There isn't too much room to play here. I guess this should be fine. And let me see if I can use a highlight here. Okay. And I see I have a little strand of hair. Let me see if I can highlight it. And also I'm gonna highlight this strand too. Okay, now going back to the hair. Remove that. And I'm just gonna do a bit of work. Add some hair rendering. And a couple of hair textures here and there. And then I'm gonna apply the photo texture. See how that looks. Okay, now that I have that. Okay, copy, paste. Let's see how this will look. Just gonna darken it. Doesn't look bad. Okay, I'm just going to apply this texture to all the hair strands. Cover it up. Also try not to use the same area on each part of the hair, so it doesn't feel like I'm reusing texture or anything. I can probably also do this, flip it. Erase. Oh, hold on, let me merge all those together. Bring this over here. And let me just apply it here. Just erase a part of it. And then duplicate it. I'm gonna apply this up here. Okay, and once I have this, hold on, once I have this, okay, this will probably need to be a bit darker, this texture, yep. Okay, I'm just gonna merge both textures together. And then going up here, so I can work on this part. Just gonna apply that. Up there. Darken that texture. I'm gonna have to paint over it too, actually. Just gonna add some highlight. Gonna warp it a bit. And just going to blend that in a bit more. Also, I need to clean this area up. It's quite messy. So right now I'm just cleaning stuff up. Even so, it needs more work. I think this part needs to be separated. I'm gonna add a bit of shadow to it. Same for here. Yeah, it's messy still. I need to clean this up a bit more. Might need a little bit of warm tone. Just clean that up. I think now it's getting somewhere. Gonna flip it. Yeah, it's starting to get there. Just need a bit more refining and cleaning up. So this is a pretty standard process for me. Kind of just focusing on cleaning each strand, adding some more highlight here and there, and cleaning up the silhouette. Gonna add a bit of shadow. I was hoping to get a good flow, but her hair is not looking super flowy. It needs more. Okay, maybe flow like this. Oh, hold on. Okay, I think we'll go with this for now. And of course there's her little, thing, her tail, twin tail. Let's see how that looks. Wonder if I can think up something really cool. I know it's a pretty simple design that they have it. Let's see here. Yep. It's a pretty standard. I wonder if I can make it a bit more interesting. But first, it is a strap. Okay, just going to highlight at the very edge where it's a little bit of a turn here. Have that highlight there. Just going to darken the strap a bit. And oh, hold on. Looks like it's a O-ring or something connecting. Okay. I wonder if I can make it transparent or something, because I kind of don't want to hide her belly button or any part of her stomach. I might do that. Make it like diamonds or something. Just going to sketch out the base here, or get the base going. Then get the dimension going. Okay. And then the other dimension, there's another side to this. Same for the other side, there's another side. Just going to add a bit of shine to it, and then I'm going to unlock it and erase a tiny bit of it like that, so that I can do a bit of a diamondy look to it. Maybe I won't have it completely transparent. Maybe I'll have like just the upper edge transparent. And I'll probably think of a design for it. In the meanwhile, here's the O-ring. Oh, clean up the strap. Hold on. I feel like the strap would look really cool with some diamonds. Maybe I can add some of that. Okay. Could be a cover or something. Let's add some highlight some of these areas. Let's see what else I can add. Maybe. Oh, hold on. Maybe some diamonds. I'm just trying to see if I can bling it up a bit. Let's see. Might be a bit much. But yeah, the original design is very simple. And this pinup that I'm going for is I'm trying to be a bit more elaborate. You know how it is. Every time I try to add a little extra, bit more detail. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Bring this. And one more. That's very complicated. Okay, let's see. Maybe I'll just keep. Whoa, that's kind of cool. That looks interesting. It's kind of like a fuzzy texture. I don't even know why I did all the work just for that fuzzy texture. Let me see if I can remove. Ooh, that looks pretty. Okay. I think I'll keep this. I think it looks pretty nice. Now the thing is this thing right here. I guess what I could do is make it a little dark at the end or something. Oh, hold on. Gonna take that. Just lock it. And just going to highlight it real quick. Add a bit of shine. Okay. And I'm gonna copy this, bring it over here. And I'm going to skew it a bit. We'll see, maybe I'll play around with it a bit more. It doesn't look very fabulous. Yeah, not very fabulous. Maybe it needs to be chrome or something. I think I'll make it more chrome-like. Alright guys, one more push for this piece. So, it's at a good point. There's still a bit of stuff to take care of. But yeah, I just worked on this part real quick, and I kind of wanted to show you guys how I did it. Basically, short version is I added a bit more contrast and detail, and I'm gonna show you guys what I did on this one right here. So basically, I'm going to select that part. I'm gonna select this color. It's a nice blue. I'm just gonna graze it there. Let's see, I think I'm gonna approach this a little different, but what I did that I thought probably helped was the blue, adding a bit of blue. And then I'm gonna add some really intense highlight, still keeping it separate from the bottom half. And then I'm going to make another selection. Oh, this time on the bottom, and this one's gonna have the highlight. I mean, the shine is on the side now. And at the same time, I'm still gonna add some small details. I'm gonna also use a bit of beige. I'm just gonna do this sort of pattern. It might not work well, actually. Let me look at the small preview that I have. There we go. Oh, hold on. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's not too bad. But yes, just gonna look at that small preview. I think this might work out. And I'm gonna go in here, and let me see if I should do that. I'm gonna create a circular line there, and I'm just gonna do this real quick, like a really harsh shadow, and then back to shading. And just kind of blend that out. Same for here. I'm just going to contour this, and then we're just gonna make some small detailing with a black color. Hopefully it works, because I'm trying to add a bit of that black color because of the arm, but I don't know, maybe it just looks weird. And adding a little bit of white on the very edge. Hopefully it does not look weird. Hopefully it makes sense. And just scribbling a bit here and there. Okay, so I mean, zoomed in it kind of looks messy, but if you zoom out it kind of gives the effect of chrome a little, or shiny metal, which is what I was going for. Okay, that's good. Phew, so there we have it. Also, I kind of wanted to add a bit of this type of highlight. Just gonna pull this on the side here so I can have a look while I do this. I'm going to flip the canvas. Separate layer, and I'm gonna start off with the airbrush and with dissolve on to create that freckled look. I think this is actually a little lower. Well, actually I can test out different spots. Maybe here. Actually, this probably could be a different color. So I'm doing that. I'm gonna lock it down and color that with... Oh, that's interesting. Color it with more... with a darker... just darkening up. Maybe it needs to be... Actually, let's go to dissolve again. I'm gonna lower the opacity so it's not too much. I can also add a bit on the side here. And then maybe I can have one that's more intense, like up here. Oh, hold on. Nice. Going to normal. And I'm going to contour this with more of a blue color, followed by beige. Kind of like that. I should probably also line the brow a bit. I'll do that afterwards. Just gonna constrain them both to the layer that underneath. Take this color and just going to graze bottom. Might be a bit too bright or too much. I'm going to erase that bit. And then I'm going to line this so it doesn't feel So it doesn't feel like a thin piece of fabric. I want it to feel like a bit more substantial, a bit of thickness to the fabric. Here too, I'm just gonna do a quick line. There we go. Okay, now it feels like there's a bit of thickness to it. Okay, so there we go. Not sure if it might be too much. Just going to reduce the shine a bit so it's not super shiny and stuff. Over here, clean that up a bit. Okay. Merge down. And last but not least, I'm gonna work this area a bit. I'm actually going to gonna expose a bit of the hand. Oh. And then of course I have to go ahead and add a bit of detailing to where the folds happen. Gonna do a little bit of a design. Let's do 2 sets. And then have tiny studs in those areas. Okay. I'll probably do the glasses off camera. I think that's it for me, guys. But yeah, I think this piece took a lot out of me. Okay, clean that up a bit. I'm gonna finalize this piece off camera. Hopefully I'll be able to add a bit more detail. And yeah, hope you guys enjoyed, or hope this was useful some way. Yeah, I do a lot of changes here sometimes, so yeah. Sometimes there's some struggle. Oops. I kind of want to make what's it called, a bit of intense lighting going on, overlapping her if I could. Oh, there we go. Ooh, that would be cool. Woo. Or it could be, oops, or it could be behind her hair. Okay, that's not too bad. That might be cool. Okay, anyways, you guys, I'll see you guys in the next voiceover. And yeah, let me know if you guys have any questions or topics you want me to cover while I show you guys my process. And I hear some of you listen to my video while you sleep. Well, hopefully this was good for that. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Take care. Have a great day too. Bye bye.